Yeah, he's there. Chit-chatting back.
These are shining stars. Okay. Yep.
Why I'm over here. Switched a while ago, spread out, keep them in the middle.
I've been watching them slide.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Brighton Area Schools Board of Education meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Ackermeyer, roll call, please.
Mr. Storm.
Present.
Mr. Conley.
Here.
Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Mrs. Marks.
Here.
Dr. Krebs.
Here.
Ms. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Myers.
Here. All right, that moves us to the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
By Dr. Krebs,
Support.
supported by Ms. Reed. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any nays? That passes 7-0. Moves us to item 5, recognition shining stars. Dr. Elwell.
All right. I'm going to bring forward two of our outstanding advisors here to talk about our amazing DECA program. So we have Tanya Clark and Michelle Costa are going to come forward and talk about the team.
Thank you for having us. I'm Tanya Clark.
I'm Michelle Costa.
And we are here to talk about DECA. DECA is a co-curricular club for business students in our CTE business programs. They are emerging leaders and entrepreneurs who are preparing themselves for college and career. So we have over 257,000 DECA students internationally. And here in Brighton, we started this year with approximately 85 students. Which has been a pretty big chapter for us. We've had anywhere between 80 and 100 students over the years participate, so we keep growing. And these young folks started their competition in January at district competition, moved on to a state competition. This year we took over 50 students to state competition in March. And then of those, our 4 lovely shining stars this evening represented Michigan DECA in Anaheim, California at the end of April.
So we have Millie Hash. You can come on up. Do they come up?
Absolutely.
Okay, come on up. She participated in the Principles of Marketing event. And we have Kevin Higgy and Joey Chavez is not here, but they competed in the team decision-making for marketing management. And we have Leah Bellmeyer, and she had the opportunity to extend and learn more of her leadership skills through the Elevate Leadership Academy. So congratulations to all of you.
Can we get a picture with them with the board? Sure. That'd be great. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Great job.
Stack in there for the board.
Or in front? We got.
I don't On behalf of the board, I want to extend a heartfelt congratulations and thank you for all of your successes this year. We're very proud of what you've accomplished, the strength of the program, and it's a testament to all of your leadership skills and the bright future that all of you possess. And we're thrilled for you, and thank you for being here and giving us the opportunity to recognize your accomplishments and your leadership. We really appreciate you being here. And to Ms. Clark and Ms. Costa, thank you very much for all of your leadership skills as the advisors for this really successful program. And we look forward to a very bright future for the program as well. So thank you very much. All right. So that concludes that portion of the agenda. It moves us to the call to the public. You're welcome to stay, but you're welcome to leave too.
It's up to you.
Don't,
Take care, everybody.
we won't take offense if you leave.
Good luck with exams. All right. All right.
All right. If there's anyone here that would like to address the board, fill out a card at the rear of the room and place them in the box. Dr. Mosier? None? All right. All right, well, that closes the call to the public and moves us into the board work session. The first item on our agenda for the board work session is the facility planning and discussion. So, Dr. Outlaw, you want to lead us off?
I'm just going to very quickly start, and then I'm going to pass it over to Jesse Nelson from Baker Tilly and Dave Jones to kind of walk us through this. We've had this conversation over the last couple of years about we're coming to the end of the bond, of the 2019 bond. And Mr. Nelson's going to talk a little bit about the impact on tax rates in the community, some of the implications of those. We know we've been talking about operational projects looking forward, and Mr. Jones and Mr. Jacobs have been working on some operational cost projections. And we just want to have a conversation with you tonight. But we have had hypothetical conversations up to this point. We're getting to the point now where in the next 6 months or so, we're going to need the board to make some hard decisions here, and we're going to need some really clear direction as a district. So tonight, we're going to start with numbers. We're going to start with the finances. We have people here to answer any questions that the board may have. And then you're also going to give us some information about what is it that you need next in order to make the decisions that you all need to make. So I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Jones.
All right, well, with that being said, we'll start with Jesse Nelson from Baker Tilly is going to talk about what are the options and actually give you a background of where we're at, what the numbers look like, and we're looking into the future here, and then what are options that we need to make a selection of one of these 4 options as we move forward. Take it away.
Great. Well, thank you for having me this evening. Really appreciate it. As Dr. Outlaw and Dave said, I'm Jesse Nelson. I'm a partner with Baker Tilly. We're an accounting firm that assists school districts across the state in capital improvement planning, property tax millage calculations, and those items. We've worked for the school district many years. And again, it's great to be here tonight and talk about this topic. What we're going to do is there was a good preview is we're going to take a look at where we are now. We've had some good property value growth in the district, which has really been helping our millage rates and have even been declining a little bit over that period of time. We'll also talk about where the bond millage rate has gone, which is also moving in the right direction. And then we'll cover a couple of main capital improvement items that school districts use between voter bonds and sinking funds. And anytime where I'm talking, please interrupt me with any questions. Sound good? All right. Dave, if we can go to the third slide in, which has our property value history, I think that'll be the good place to run forward. So what we have on this slide is our taxable value history here at the school district. So this is the total value within the school district boundaries that we levy our bond millage rate on. And so this is important to us is that as the property values increase, that bond millage rate generates more money and then can also create opportunities or changes going forward with capital improvement options. As you can see in the top right corner, you know, this past year, these 2024 numbers just recently came in, and we've had growth in the area of 7.29%. Working with a lot of our school districts across the state, you're probably aware housing values are being up, property values are really moving, and we are seeing 6 to 7% for a lot of the school districts across the state. pretty incredibly for this area, which is nice. If you look at the bottom in 2004, this was a $1.8 billion taxable value school district. And now today in 2024, it's a $3.2 billion school district. So really nice to the community. This is a place where people want to be, and property values are showing that. And that trend is opening a lot of options, which we're talking about tonight, as far as what that means to capital improvement planning and growth. So just wanted to have that discussion for you, so you've got that information. We'll play into some of the other topics we'll be talking about. All right, so if we can go to the next slide. So this chart is estimating our bond millage rate going forward. So as you're aware, we have a bond millage rate, and what that does is we levy that as a property tax. You receive that money solely to make bond payments on your existing bonds. It doesn't interact with the general fund, anything that runs education. You simply levy that bond millage rate, you bring the money in, and you make that bond payment. And every year we work with Dave to recalculate that when the new property values come in. So the green bars are annual bond payment that we have on the existing bonds. And then the black line and blue line is the actual and estimated bond millage rate. So in the top left corner, in 2021 and 2022, our bond millage rate was 7.19. Because we were paying down our debt, we've had that increase in property values. We didn't need to levy as much of a bond millage rate to make that payment. And you can see it dropped in 2023. It will stay the same in 2024. And then you can see our bond payment is going to decrease in 2025. And just as an estimate, if that occurs, our bond millage rate will drop to 2.92 and then slowly begin to decline until we would pay off the bonds in 2041, in which the bond millage rate would go away. So this creates a number of good opportunities. And one, the bond millage rate has been dropping. There's also a lot of room between the 6.19 and 2.92 if you do want to fund some more capital improvements at the school district, and we'll talk about some options in this presentation. But overall, it's a really nice setup, or a nice situation that we have here, and that we have this room available. We have our bond payments dropping off and the property values increasing. So everything's looking good with our existing bond millage rate, and it's just a matter of how you want to approach that going forward. Okay? All right.
Do we hold questions, or do we ask questions?
No, go ahead. No, sure.
So when you, trim my little mic on here.
Sure.
When you mentioned that there's a lot of room between 6.19 and 2.92, can you expound on what you mean by that?
Oh, if you want to, and we're going to talk about this, if you want to have a smaller overall capital improvement millage rate, you could do a sinking fund. If you want to do a voted bonds, you could fill that in. So all that comment was saying is there's a lot of flexibility. If you do want to do some improvements, you could still move the millage rate down, or you could keep it the same. Because those bond payments are dropping off, you've got a lot of options available to you if you want to do something to proceed.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
So looking at that drop, what is that taxpayers' eyes? What does it save them when it goes from 6 to the 292, 6.19 to 2? How much does that affect their taxes? Like it's per 100,000?
Per 100,000 of value, that'd be 50,000 taxable value. So every mill is about $50 per 100,000 of market value, roughly.
So the difference in tax from the 6.19 to the 2.92 for a homeowner that has a $500,000 house would be how much?
Let's see. Now if I got my calculator, I'm good to go. So it's $50 per 100,000. So yeah, about $150. And then obviously the greater your property value, the more, the less the difference. So, yeah.
The 18 mills, like where businesses can't vote because they don't have a vote on this.
Right.
The homeowners voted in. So, and typically much higher SEV than a home. A lot of these businesses are millions. So it affects them proportionally the same, right? But it would be.
Correct, because doesn't matter to your own, if it's a business or a home, right, everyone pays the bond millage rate, where the 18 mil is not homestead, that's only going to be on businesses and second homes. That's not the primary homestead. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, great questions. So we'll go to the next slide then. Here, David's my controller here, so. It's not me this time doing the technical problems. So we'll run through a number of different options. Again, there's no, hey, we have to do this or put it together. It's just like anything. Here's the information and the pros and cons for you to consider. You could do another voted bond issue. We'll talk about what that is and what that would entail if you'd like to do that. We'll talk about a sinking fund, what that is. It's kind of a more capital improvement millage rate and what that would look like. You can do a combination of both. You don't have to choose either or if that's what makes sense for what you want to complete for the school district. Or you don't need to do anything. You know, if it doesn't make sense for the school district at that time, we can just continue to pay down our bonds and that's fine. It really just comes up to, you know, what are the capital funding needs that you're looking at the school district in the future? And potential, do you need to fund any bus and technology purchases down the road? Because school districts do use sinking funds and bonds to do that. And obviously that's going to be, you know, whatever makes sense to the school district. All right. So if we go to the next slide, what we'll talk about is what a voted bond issue is for a school district in Michigan. So what this slide is hitting some key points to what a voted bond issue is when a school district pursues with that avenue. So on the left-hand side, a voted bond issue is really asking the community two main questions. The main question is you ask the community for a not to exceed bond amount, 10, 15, 20, whatever $1 million or whatever it costs to do those improvements. So the community will approve that not to exceed bond amount. And that's always at the top of the ballot language. And then there's a second paragraph which discloses what the funds are allowed to be used for. So you have to put bus purchases, technology, refurbishments, athletics. You have to put everything in that paragraph for the improvements that you want to do because the community is approving you, the school district, to issue a maximum amount of bonds and then to use the money for the improvements that are listed in the paragraph. For example, this sometimes happens is maybe you complete construction, you've got some dollars over and it'll be helpful to buy a bus, but you didn't put bus purchases in the paragraph for the bond. Well, the community didn't approve that use of the funds, so you can't do it for that. So the community in a voted bond issue is approving your not to exceed bond amount and then what you're allowed to do with the funds. And they see those figures when they walk into the voters booth in the ballot language per state law. On the right-hand side, once the community approves a bond, then you, the school district, must levy the bond millage rate to make the payments. So the community is not approving the bond millage rate. You know, there's a lot of estimates. You probably say, hey, it's a no tax mill increase or it's a 1 mil increase. You see a lot of these referendums happen across the state. And that's estimated information of the community. But once the community approves the bond, then it's your job as the school district to levy the property tax rate to make the payment. And that's why we've seen our bill and millage rate fluctuate because that's how that works between the payments and the property values. In the middle, when a bond vote is passed, you don't have to immediately issue all of the bonds. We've seen a lot of school districts move to passing one bond election and then selling those in multiple bond sales or series. Let's say a simple example is in one election, the community approves $30 million and you're going to do 10 million in year one, 10 million in year three, and 10 million in year five. And the reason they do that is because they want to implement a long-term capital plan and have funding available for that. Also, they like to avoid the bond interest expense by parceling the bonds out over a period of time and paying them down before a new bond comes on. Again, it really just depends on your capital improvement plan, what you're trying to accomplish. But if you pass a bond election, you don't have to immediately sell all of the bonds at once. You do have the flexibility to change those bond sales. And we do see a lot of school districts doing that depending on their capital plan.
I have a question on that. So if you were to opt for the series option, when they're sold in multiple increments, is the interest rate that's applied to those bonds, are they applicable when they're sold? So you might not have the same rate. So if the rates are going down in future years, that might be an advantage. Or conversely, if they're going up, right, it might be a detriment. Is that
correct?
It's not fixed at the beginning of the approval.
Exactly. You're at the sale of the time. So exactly, you could be I'm not going to use it, a winner or a loser depending on the period of time. And so you bring up a great point is also, you know, the community approves a not to exceed dollar amount. And let's say we plan on doing 10 million, but interest rates are so incredibly low that it would be wise and it would fit our bond millage rate to move that to 10 to 12 million to lock into lower rates. You as a board do have the ability to make that adjustment. You just can't go higher than what the community approved in the bond election. Now, conversely, wow, it's weird economic conditions out there. Interest rates are higher. We were planning on 10 million. Hey, we're going to down that to 8. We're going to down it to 5. We have the ability to make the adjustment either way. A lot of times I've also seen that, we were going to do that project, but we can't get the parts or bids are high. We're not going to issue the bonds and the current interest expense in that project. We're going to move that back. So you have the flexibility within those bond series. You just can't go above what the community approved if you're spacing those bonds out.
And a follow-up to that same question,
Sure.
if you were to opt for that and you did sell them in multiple years, in terms of the millage rate to the taxpayers, is that number fixed for each of the years going forward, or does that number fluctuate until the bonds are actually sold?
That number can normally stays the same because most of the time schools like to keep it the same to the community and keep a level property tax rate that they can budget for and also pay down the debt. But if we continue to see high property values growth, and the bond millage rate can drop like we've seen in the past. Conversely, I hope we don't run into this, but we have had 2008 as property values drop and we have that bond payment, we could have to increase it as well. The advantage of the multiple series option of that is that every 2 to 3 years you get the chance to take a look at the economy and then adjust your bond payments accordingly about what you feel at the outlook at that time. The disadvantage is that if we're doing bond series and they're going to be over 9-10 years, the community is not going to see that improvement in Series 3, for that period of time. And so there's always a lot of work between the board of what projects go first and putting that together. It's like, hey, we're going to put air conditioning. Well, you're going to see that in the year 2028 because that's in Series 3. That can be the downside of that plan. Two things on the right is allowable uses for bond proceeds. It has to be capital in nature. You can't fund salaries and wages. There's always a debate between the attorneys about what's a repair versus an improvement. If I'm painting the wall, I can't do that. If I'm going to refurbish the wall, that's allowed. And then the same thing, again, just can't be general fund related on the far right-hand side. So that's an overview of a voted bond issue. All right. Let's see. So let's switch gears then. So we're going to look at the next capital funding option that's available. And this is known in Michigan as a sinking fund. So a sinking fund is also approved in a bond election. So you do need to go to the public. It does happen at an election. It has to be approved by the community. The maximum allowable mills that you can ask for in a sinking fund is 3. And the maximum amount of length is 10 years. So this sinking fund is a little bit different question that you're not asking the community a not to exceed bond amount and what you can do with it like the voted bonds. In this case, you're going to the community and saying, community, can we levy 2 to 3 mills or whatever you choose to bring dollars in to do improvements? And can we levy that millage for a period of time? So you're asking them for a millage rate and you're asking them for a period of time. There is a paragraph with a sinking fund election, but most schools will use everything in that paragraph, which is allowable in state code for a sinking fund. You can buy buses now. That was an expansion of a sinking fund. You can buy technology, equipment, and security. Real estate purchases. Again, it's got to be capital in nature, but a sinking fund, again, is another way that schools use to raise money for dollar amounts. And in this case, when we sell a bond, you get a lot of money immediately from those bond proceeds and you do construction. In this case, you'd levy a millage, you'd collect those property taxes, they would go into your sinking fund capital fund, and then you can spend that money as you get it. You can save your money up. You don't have to spend it right away. It's just an annual revenue stream that's available for the allowable improvements at a school district.
Sinking fund, there's no interest.
Yes, there's no borrowing mechanism.
Yeah.
It's simply a revenue stream that comes into capital improvements.
Makes a lot of sense, right? So you don't pay that carpet or whatever you had to do with it. Gone in 10 years, you paid for it with not 30-year bond money. You paid for it with money that was current that day. And I think the interest on these bonds, when you look at it, the compounding, it's there. And it's just like any other loan that has compounding interest. So I think the sinking funds make a lot of sense for maintenance and repairs of school districts. So I think it's an issue.
Yeah, when between choosing between the two, it really comes down to if the school district needs a lot of money now. Hey, our facilities are where we got to have a lot of money now, or hey, we're not in that situation. And to your point, we just need a lot more money coming in an annual basis, and then we can fund our capital improvement plan. Usually that's what I see comes down to the defining point between the two is, do we need a lot of money now, or can we afford to collect money over time and we'll be just fine? Because it's really, the cost of the sinking fund is the time, because the money doesn't come in and that could affect the construction prices. But to your point, the cost of bonds is the interest expense and the issuance costs. And so it's just the pros and cons of both.
On a 30-year bond for $100 million, what's the interest expense?
Well,
just roughly. You've done a lot of these, right?
Well, the problem is it level debt service? Did we front load it? Do we put it together? What's assumed interest rate?
It's a lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. It's $100 million. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, so basically, again, you financed it again, what you borrowed. And so in this case, the sinking fund makes a lot of sense if the district's in good financial shape. If we were to raise taxes on something or keep them where they're at or a little lower, even we have money coming in every year interest-free, you put it to work, and then you can put the savings as well. If you don't spend it, it builds, and it doesn't cost the taxpayers. You're not paying the interest and paying it twice. So just an idea. And it'd be, I think, good accounting for us to look at stuff like that, because I don't believe we need to raise taxes at all. I think we have a good fund balance. We have worked at it for a decade, and we're there, and we have a surplus budget this year of $5 million, and I think we're heading for 20 million in fund equity. School's in pretty good shape. So, I mean, there may be a way to get around this and then still apply some new taxes, but that's how I see it possibly. Just an idea. Okay, thank you.
And the mill was worth $1 million.
Yeah, roughly. We've got a next slide coming up that shows the 3 mills. But yeah, because $1 billion tax base, 1 mill is about $1 million per year. You're at $3 billion.
But one other question, getting back as a follow-up to the difference between the bond versus a sinking fund too. A bond, you have to submit the application to the Department of Treasury for approval,
Yep.
which identifies the specific projects that are going to be financed through the sale of those bonds.
Correct. Yeah.
With a sinking fund, there's it just goes to the voters. If it's approved, that money just comes in. There's no specific allocation. So
Except it has that outline that it has to fall under.
Right, it's got to
with the general parameters, but 5 years from now, in the 5th year of a 10-year sinking fund, your need for a project may be different or identifiably different at that point than what you may have thought about at the upside, at the front end of a bond, right? I mean, so because that's where there's some flexibility in the sinking fund versus the bond as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say so. Because the voters approve the, let's say, 2 mil sinking fund, you can do it with whatever's in state code. And as long as you don't go outside that boundary, it's up to you every year to decide, yep, that parking lot, that roof, and then the next year you make that decision. Yep.
We don't have to spend it all either.
So next slide is just an illustration, which is a good question. We just took a 3 mil sinking fund, 10 years. Again, this is an illustration you could do. Again, it can't be longer than 10 years and it can't be more than 3 mils. So this would be your largest amount. You could shorten the length, you could change the millage rate. But on this size tax base, it's roughly about up to the top, I'll say $10.3 million that would be generated on a 3 mil sinking fund that would come in to do capital improvements for the school district using that number. Okay.
And so before we move on, I'm
Sure.
sorry, but that also assumes a decrease in the growth of the property values to the point where in 2034, it's 2.92%, correct?
Yeah, we wanted to be conservative. So exactly, if you hit another 6-7%, that dollar would be higher.
Right.
And then I'm glad you brought that up. So the only thing that could potentially affect that is if you've heard of a Headley rollback, or if you're running that on your 18 mills,
Yep.
sinking funds are subject to the same thing. So, and it's not a bad thing since property values are increasing. If the community approved 3 mills, it could go 2.99, 2.98, 2.97. Again, it's not a bad thing, but it would just change a little bit from that math, just assuming that could play out.
I see your other assumption there is a 99% collection factor. Is that reasonable for our district?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You're usually on the high side. Is the county always makes the school district whole, and then they're the ones that go to the delinquent taxes, and then in the event they can't collect, then they can come back to the school. But it's usually around 90 to 98%, so that's pretty good.
Thank you.
All right. Next slide, and there we go. So if you did the 3 mil sinking fund, you know, what are some different options or how that would play out or look for long-term? And again, this is not, it's just, these are always good questions. Come with what's the dollar amount? What could that be? So our bond millage rate will continue to drop just like we saw before. And then if they pass a 3 mil sinking fund, you can see how that would play out in total. So then you could see the mix between the sinking fund and the bond millage, and then how that would change that estimated chart that we looked at before between the bond millage chart. Obviously, if you want to do a sinking fund for 2 mils or 1.5 mils, it would just change the math accordingly with that line playing out. So we thought it'd be helpful to see that mixture with that illustration. So we had a good question earlier. Oh, do we have an, oh, go ahead, John.
Question over. Yeah,
Sorry,
one
John.
more question. So
Yeah.
the 3 mil sinking fund, if we were to go after that, I don't know, it would generate the 10 million annually, correct?
Yep, that's what's estimated right there.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on a different scale from 20 years ago when Bill and I started this. He said, it's only going to make $1 million a year. I said, no, I think the SEVs are up that high. So no, it's 10 million. It's a pretty hefty sinking.
Yeah. It's nice to have those larger tax bases. So what we have on this slide is, you know, depending if you want to do one or the other or both or neither, what are the steps to do a voted bond issue or a sinking fund? We hit it a little bit earlier. I'm sorry, this is a May and this is an August election. We would be in advance of the December 125 tax bill, just to let you know where the illustration is. So the green section, if you did a voted bond, you've got to do everything on this chart, including the green section. Because we talked about earlier, if you're going to do a voted bond, you have to disclose, you know, what you're going to use the money for. You're going to line that up, what your bond series are, what your financial planning. So it takes a little bit more timing to put that together. If you're just going to do the sinking fund, then it's really just working with your law firm saying, hey, law firm, we'd like 1, 2, 3 or mills. And we'd like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever, 10 years. And then we'd like the allowable uses in state code in that paragraph. So it doesn't take near as long as the planning to put together. I've seen a lot of schools, even when they're doing a sinking fund, will tell the community, hey, these are some projects we will do with the money. Just to have that up front. Doesn't have to be near as extensive as a bond issue. But they do say, hey, we're going to take care of the parking lots, the roofs. There is some communications to what the plan is to do with the money. So we just wanted to give you an overview, and then I broke it into 2 color paragraphs depending on, you know, which route you wanted to go, just so you could see the timing. Okay.
So these can also run in the November election, correct?
I'm sorry,
They
what?
can also be run in the November election.
Correct, right.
It's either in the more of a special election timeframe that we'd have to pay for the election and put it up, correct? Yeah. So, yeah, you pay the fees for the election, but what it does is the voter turnout's lower, so we might have a stronger chance of getting it approved. But
Well, the other issue was the timing in the tax bills. If we pass it in November of 25, the bond millage rate will drop up, and then they would see a slight increase with that change. So that timing, just if you want to do that previous chart where it was just in total, they were still sliping down, that's where that timing's a little bit smoother. So that's the reason for the 25s.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But you are correct. We are seeing election cost, to Dave's point, you know, significantly going up. And if you're the only thing on the ballot, then you just will have to pick it up. So it certainly is a consideration on choosing that timing as well. Is that it?
secondary piece to Jesse's presentation. Now that you've been given an understanding of all the different options and the parameters and the rules and all that, as part of my long-term financial planning for the district, one thing that I put together is a long-term capital plan. I work with Scott, I work with Nick, everybody I can to try to pick up any type of a project that we're gonna need in the future. So I put a placeholder for it, so I know what's coming down the road. This is just a summary page of my next, the 25 budget is coming up, so the 5 years after we put together our 25 budget, what I'm looking at for known projects that we're looking at right now. As you can see, we're running anywhere from $4.25 to $6.5 million a year right now with stuff that we know. So just wanted to give you all an idea of what we've identified already and what type of numbers we're looking at.
A couple of questions about that. I guess the first one that popped into my head was, why are our technology spends so small and why do they get so small? Because I can't see that being a need that's going to drop off anytime soon.
And these numbers come directly from the capital plan from the IT department. So I would have to get that answer to you from them, because I went directly to him to get these numbers.
I would also note, he has put together a plan, and we can get you the exact stuff, obviously, but a plan to help with the rotation, so we're not having like an overhaul of technology every year. So he has built that out, so now it's a rotation of what's going to be replaced, and we're not replacing, 5,000 devices. So he has put this, so it's probably close to being accurate. Also, remember, we have bought new devices with the bond and things like that as well, so it might be off a little bit, but I think he's done a nice job planning ahead of what the rollover would be every year. So we're not replacing all at one time.
Right.
That's all.
Okay. And does that include, growth needs? Because it's not just, if we're planning out 5 years, I don't think we should expect that we're just replacing the devices that we currently have. Technology is going to move on us and
Plus
we're going to
broken
want
things,
something
yes.
different. Yeah.
Things break, so you have to replace those. I will also say, thinking of the schedule in my head, there was a lot this year that we paid for. Remember, this is 25 and on.
No, I
So
know.
this is
Yeah.
future.
And then I guess from your perspective, if I'm thinking about the construction and renovation work, what are the biggest projects that you've got on there, the biggest needs, and how urgent are they for you?
Okay, I can get through those. So some of the largest ones, we have a placeholder for the science classrooms. We have
Classrooms that we've started planning? Okay.
I think high school and middle school science classrooms is what our conversation was around, looking at, all secondaries. That's what we're-
I don't have it per room, I have a total of $6 million put in my placeholder. That was an estimate.
So I think that it was based on the room number that we got when we were working on C8 at the high school. There was an estimate, and I think it was broken out that way. I think that's where that number came from. No, it's not a million per room. Yes.
Yes.
Maybe a quarter million per room. I'm not 100% sure. He'll have the numbers.
Work with Jason to get the numbers put together. I go back and look it up and get it for you.
So how much we spent on the science classrooms up to this point then? Anything?
Yes.
Renovation that was-
Yeah, the demolition has been done. Obviously, we did the technology purchases, but we have not moved forward with C8 yet. We're still designing. We actually have a meeting coming up, I think on Monday of next week, where we've been going back and forth around that space quite a bit, actually. We've been working with the teachers, but we have another meeting, I believe, next week. I'm not 100% sure. I think it got moved a couple times, but we're still working on that.
So then what's the large amount in 28?
So there's two large amounts in 28. The second one is a couple of projects that are floating out there are building a gym at 2 of the elementary schools to, right now, they're using their cafeteria and their gym as combo.
Yeah.
And so it would be to build a gym so that the cafeteria would be dedicated to a cafeteria. So there's
Is there any money in here for new children for the high school?
Yes.
yes, there is in
Which year?
26,
And how much are you budgeting for that?
2 million.
Yeah, and that was carryover from the previous conversation. And then you have all 3 turf fields are up for replacement. So I think it's planned out to have 1 each year and 3 of the years.
Is this in addition to the ice farm?
I think it's all part of that 2 million package. I think it's a line item.
It is in addition, we're keeping the existing chiller, we're having a second one. So if one were to ever go down, we don't have that. And will that second one be sized adequately to take care of the entire high school? Well, is it included in this price to take care of the entire high school, or isn't it? That's that number we came up with from the training. Okay, so the number here will take care of the entire number. The new chiller would take care of the cool the entire high school. Correct.
There's also turf fields in here, doing a field a year for 3 years. The other that's in there that you see are the buses. So I included that in my plan, and then a lot of them are other miscellaneous projects. Furniture, I'm trying to think of stuff, lockers.
Transportation, you have the,
Oh, yes, well, that's actually, it'll be in the budget for next year. We have to redo the storage tanks at the transportation, which is not cheap. Is that was that in our quotes that we got?
Bill, can you hit that green just so we can hear you better? Thank you, sorry. Scott, can you come forward up here so people online can hear you?
Clean up around the tanks in the quote,
There's no cleanup around the tanks.
so they're not
If-
leaching?
If they're gonna test it, but there's no allowance if it's contaminated soil,
Then what do you need to replace the tanks for then?
because they can't be serviced. They said there's like concrete stuff in between. You have a gas tank and then you have another tank that it sits inside. And they can't service the tank to check to see if it's leaking because they said there's like concrete material between the 2 pieces.
Well, you got your inner tank and
So
your
the-
outer tank, right?
Well, there's an outer, not really tank, it's barrier. Containment, correct. And the probe that monitors the gas fuel, with that probe, you can tell if it's leaking because you can monitor the gas levels. That probe is broke, doesn't work anymore. It's outdated. They would have to try to make one.
It's just like the door that had to have a special part made,
Yeah.
ended up didn't happen to have that done.
Yeah.
Same idea, same concept.
Same concept, yeah. The door's working good, as long as we got one guy working it. The limit switches aren't working, but the door's working. And we were looking at putting an above ground tank in instead of underground.
But you still need containment for that.
Yes. Top.
So one of our thoughts tonight was, obviously, financial was that first part of it. Our thought was that we would have to have some extensive conversations about projects. This is a menu. We would need a lot more feedback from the board about priorities, and we would have more information for you and everything like this. This is just to try to get you an idea of what a 5-year project might look like, or a 5-year capital plan might look like. Am I correct on that?
Well, I get that, but we're talking mills and sinking funds and things, and I think the next question is gonna be, well, how many mills do we need for the sinking fund, right?
Yeah, and we weren't thinking tonight would be that.
Until we understand the cost of
Right.
these projects and what projects are.
Right.
Sure, we're prepared.
And the necessity of the project, right? Validating that they're necessary.
Yeah.
And also what other projects are out there. This comes from me working with Scott and IT,
Mhm.
and, you all have to decide what projects do you have to go onto the plan too. So all that has to come together, and then you're exactly right. Then that will tell you what road should we go down.
And then it would have to happen rather quickly in order to get on the ballot for November, right? What kind of time do you need there?
No.
I don't think November is an option. I think we've already missed the November window for this year. Am I correct in that?
We're not talking November this year.
No. The examples we had were, what, May of 25?
The earliest you can go is May of 25.
So May of 25, and that wouldn't generate revenue until when?
I believe, I'd have to go back, I think it would be on the December 1, 25 tax bill. So then you would have the money in January, February as the taxes begin to come in from that tax bill.
So roughly what, a year and a half from now? Is that the idea?
About the sinking fund. So if we go with, I'm just going to do some hypothetical, say a 2-year sinking fund for 10 years. And then in 5 years, when it drops again and we wanted to do additional, would we be limited to another mill, or could we go another 3 years for, at 3 mil for a sinking fund?
You could vote a separate sinking fund.
So
So it's possible to have 2 different sinking funds. It's just in one election, you could only ask for 10 years and 3 mills. So it's exactly, it's come along, hey, this is what we need, and we want to keep it steady to the public. You do a 1 mil, 5-year sinking fund, and then you'd have 2 sinking funds and a debt millage.
Thank you.
One question I have regarding this is, would it be possible to have stakeholders from within our district come in front of the board where we could set up a workshop to solicit input from them? It seems as long as I've been on the board, a lot of the discussions we have when it comes to long-term planning revolve around facilities for obvious reasons. But, I agree with what Ms. Reed mentioned regarding IT, and I think I've been vocal at the board table regarding how lacking our IT infrastructure is in Brighton relative to other leading districts. And I'd love to just be able to, as a board, have conversation with Nick and other stakeholders within the IT function, teachers, to figure out what ideas do people have to improve the IT infrastructure in Brighton area schools, and how could we, through our long-term capital planning, support initiatives that get our IT systems up to a world-class standard in Brighton. And it's not, not just IT, food service. Are there needs that exist within the food service department that we should be mindful of?
Food service, it's a separate fund.
Obviously,
So it doesn't
there's
run
no,
through this.
like the equipment that we would purchase for food service couldn't be purchased through this.
No, it's not through this. Food service is its own fund, and actually, food service is a good example to bring up, because right now, with the state funding all of our meals, the fund balance in food service is very robust, and in fact, there's a limitation. You can only carry 3 months of average expenses. So we are like spending as fast as we can on food service items in order to stay within the guidelines. So.
I don't know if you're the right person or Baker Tilly, but what's the guidelines? Is there other aspects that don't fall within the guide of where the funds that would be raised through a sinking fund or through a bond raise would not qualify, even though they're capital equipment?
I think most capital expenditures, we would just want to check with the attorneys. That would be a good question. As long as it's capital in nature, it's pretty wide. I mean, even musical instruments are allowable. I know in a bond.
Because the food service is funded by the state or the federal government, is that why you can't?
It's
capital equipment for
accounting
food?
rules.
Okay.
Basically what it is,
Interesting.
it's accounting rules. But probably the trickiest thing with the guidelines is when it gets into repairs. Because they have to be capital, and so you just have to be careful when you have a repair, that it truly is a repair that improves the life and the value of the asset, and it's not just maintenance. That's all.
I think going back to the question, I think that it would be a great idea to have stakeholders, particularly people that are experts in areas, come in to have some conversation, really bring the public in to have some good dialogue. I think it would be a wise move, especially since it's going to go out for a ballot. So.
Terrific.
It certainly sounds like a sinking fund probably provides us with a lot more flexibility and options to deal with the changing needs of the district, since we don't have $10-20 million projects that we're trying to get done in the next 5 years, where you need all that money up front. That certainly sounds makes sense to me, at least based on what the administration has presented so far.
And I wanted to throw in, I wrote myself a note to make sure I didn't forget this too. One of the things that we're working on now is we have hired a company to come in and assess all the roofs of the district. Replacing a roof is very expensive. Our belief right now is our roofs are in good shape, but eventually we're going to need to know which ones are going to have to be replaced. And if you're looking at a 10-year sinking fund, we'll probably start getting into that window. I just wanted to make sure I brought that up too, and it's none of it's on my list because I don't have anything needed in the next 5 years.
But I mean, that's another advantage of the sinking fund because
Correct.
we can start saving for that now when we only have $5 million of things to spend on.
But what is the reason, because we already did an assessment on the roof 10 years ago, right? And we should know the new roofs that have been put on. So what's the idea of the roof assessment? Yeah, why are we spending money for someone to come in and tell us what we need?
Do you want to come up and?
I don't have a roof assessment from RTA. I know RTA did the last roof assessment.
Did you call them and ask?
Yeah,
for a
I
copy?
did. And things have changed quite a bit since then.
So you can't get a copy of the roof assessment?
RTA suggested and recommended that it be done every 10 years. So,
The roof assessment must be done every 10 years. Well, you know the new roofs that have been put on, you got warranties for those, right?
we do.
Okay. So again, the assessment
know
was
the age
done.
of
I think
Corning's
we
roof.
took care of the roofs that were mentioned in that assessment, right?
Yep.
So who's doing the new assessment?
RTA is doing assessment.
I guess that explains it, doesn't it? Me too.
So I think from the administrative perspective, we're looking for a little bit of direction. If you're thinking sinking fund, we can start laying more groundwork and start working with committees, and let's set up a timeline for how we continue to get feedback as we work towards decisions. But maybe on the front end of it, I think we were kind of looking for next steps for the administration, for what things that you need from us.
I would, just one
Yeah,
opinion
and
here,
just-
it would be nice to have what I mentioned, before we go break into subcommittees and have people working in pockets. I think it'd be really nice to build some level of alignment amongst the board. And I think you hear that this evening, that there appears to be some consensus around major project improvements that we feel are important. But it would be super helpful to have whomever the stakeholders are present in this manner to the board what they believe to be important projects that are necessary for the continued health and growth of our district. And then from that workshop, if needed, have a more detailed discussion offline. But I think it'd be really nice to see, what does the administration and what do stakeholders in our community believe are most important? And then allow us from that discussion or workshop to go back and discuss it and essentially come up with a more refined plan. That's
Right.
my opinion.
No, I think that's a great idea. And especially if we can break these up into the categories and devote time over 3 separate meetings to each one of those categories to talk about what the administration has already identified in our 5-year plan and get some feedback from the community and other stakeholders on those individual topics at each one of those sessions. We don't have to boil the ocean all at once, but we have a meeting that's devoted to information technology. What has Nick planned for already? What does he see as the future of the district? We can dive into that. We can spend some time thinking about, how comprehensive is that already? What else do we see? What else do our teachers and our communities see as options there? And then go through the same process with construction and renovations and then the other category, right? So then we don't feel rushed like we have to tackle all of them at the same time.
Well, we're forgetting somehow that you have a $5 million fund surplus that you can use for your 2025. These are all monies that money can be spent on the general fund. You have $5 million set aside right now, right?
Our projection is to be about $5 million positive in 24.
So there's your first year's bond. You don't even need it. Or millage. Hold on. hold on. You have money in the bank that can be spent on everything that you want to do. You don't need to save it, spend it. You have a $20 million fund balance. So when I was going to ask that question, tell everybody here what a fund balance of 20 million means. Do you have 20 million in cash?
Roughly, yes.
So we've all agreed that we wanted to work our fund balance up to a certain percentage of our annual budget. We've done it, surpassed it in a way. So then now we have a $5 million fund surplus currently. It's been coming. And then possibly the next year, could we have the same $5 million fund surplus? That was the same kind of, you're talking $1 million plus, I think is what I saw in your projections.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes, because when we had the meeting in, I think it was in April with the financial planning, with the $11 running out in September, we lose about $4 million worth of funding there. So year 5 goes down to 1.5.
So technically our fund balance is all increases. It's from other outside sources that come in the pot to build it.
It's for everything.
Yeah. So, but at a point though, right now you can go ahead and allocate the money you have in the account. Let's spend it. And then we can work on this projection for building a sinking fund for 26 and let's put 25 on the books and allocate the money we have. And because you won't have it till December anyway next year, and this 25 has work to be done, I say you spend it. That's just my suggestion. And you want to pass a sinking fund, you'll get along with the community a lot better if you do that. You have the money in the bank. You don't need more taxpayers' money at this time. And then you go ahead and put up a sinking fund for the next years to come because we won't have that money coming in. And we still have growing, we have $1 million potential in a growth for the fund equity, which we're still meeting objectives, and it's meant to be spent though. And I know, and I can't confirm this, I could confirm it, but one of our schools put some of their surplus money in a savings account so they could generate interest on it instead of spending it. Not too far, it's in our county. So, that was an idea they had. So they had extra money, they put it in an interest-bearing account, good for them. But they took it off the books in a way. It can't be used like we were talking about. So that's what I would say. Don't stop doing development, do the projects they believe that need to be done, set them up, line them up, and spend the money on it. That's what the taxpayers gave it to us for.
So I think it's the consensus that we will have perhaps 3 meetings with the different stakeholders in the categories that have been identified. It would seem to me that given the nature of the folks who would want to participate in that probably summer is not an ideal. It's probably people's schedules. I mean, would you be looking at maybe like September, October, November for those, or August, September, October? I'm just trying to get a sense of trying to maximize the time that people would be present to be able to meaningfully participate.
I'm sure we all have our own opinion, but for me, what I care most about is affording people the opportunity to participate, and whether they can or they can't. What I care about is that we, as a board, have given people the opportunity to participate in plan.
I agree, but I also at the same time want to try to schedule it at a time when it doesn't conflict with.
I think there's a lot of options. We could do it whenever. I think that, for example, maybe talk about buses in July. Maybe that's one where you can tackle buses and some of the others. That's like a smaller, and then maybe you leave your construction for September, maybe in August. We can do it a variety of different ways, but I wouldn't wait too long because there's decisions that need to be made before too long. So
on that though, we have the money to buy the buses. We don't need to bond for the buses. We don't need a sinking fund. We have cash in the bank. You want to spend $500,000 on buses, or you want to spend $2 million on buses? This board decides, write the check today. You own the buses.
Well, I think that's part of the budget discussion that we have every year, and it doesn't necessarily have, it's related to our long-term planning because we should obviously keep into consideration our current cash position as we are long-term planning. But this isn't, in my mind, this isn't either or. It's not a spend the money today and don't talk about a sinking fund that we have to plan in advance for, right? Because even if we all agree that we want to do a sinking fund tonight, there's a lot of work that has to be done to prepare to put that on the ballot. So that discussion does not foreclose or dictate how we talk about what we do with our budget.
But we can buy buses if we need to, is what I'm saying. You don't need to rely on something to pass by the voters. You have enough money that's been given to the school district.
Yeah, I don't
They're-
see the administration as suggesting that we wait until we pass a sinking fund to do any of this stuff. That's, at least that's, I didn't hear that.
Just the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
of what we would
So I'm
expect
Correct.
to spend. Not
And to
even
be
if we
clear,
didn't.
I'm sorry, but to be clear with everybody on the buses, they are still in the operating budget. I put them in my long-term capital plan because they're an expensive item. And I want to know going into the future, and what I do is I talk with transportation and say, how many buses are you going to need? Because like in 5 years from now, if we're going to need 10 new buses, that's a big ticket. So that's why, so they're in the operating budget, but I just have them in here because they are an expensive item that should be part of the consideration.
So one of my concerns with this is, and again, bring in people, that's fine. I'm not so sure, and I'll use technology and I'll use the construction both, that the people that we have preparing this information might not really know all the things that we truly need for construction or for technology. And again, it's going to just go along and be half done and not. So would it make sense? I know we had someone come in and look at our technology stuff, right? And did they make recommendations of what we need and that kind of stuff? I think before we start talking construction dollars, we should have someone else come in and assess a true assessment of our needs, not listening to what, I guess, what's being generated from the people that work here. Okay, I'd like to see a better idea and a better plan and somebody to dive deep into what we really need. Okay, I mean, classic example, we're talking about the tanks. Where's the money if there's remediation? Oh, gee, I don't know. I guess there's nothing budgeted for it. Right? I mean, come on. If you're going to do something with tanks, you know, most likely they're going to leach. You got to have something in there just in case there are something that needs to be done. So again, I'd like to see maybe us go out and hire a consulting firm or something to come in and do a deep dive and tell us what we're going to need for the next 10 or 15 years. So we can base our sinking fund, if that's the way it's going to go, around maybe their ideas of what we may need.
I mean, I think you raised a good example earlier, Bill, regarding the roof assessment, right? So we have a company who conducted a roof assessment
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
Saying they won't release the roof assessment
That we
to our
paid for.
facilities team that we
They
paid
never
for.
said they wouldn't
And-
release it.
Well,
Well, you
They
just said you
they
didn't have a
said-
copy.
They said they were, this time, all 3 roofing companies that I got quotes from recommended you do a roof assessment every 10 years. That's just.
but Bill's question to you, and I may have misheard you, but I thought you had asked Scott if you had received the roof assessment.
They do not have.
You've asked for it, though.
And you said you called them.
You
They
didn't ask for
said
it.
you called and asked for it.
That's what I heard him
Well,
say.
why wouldn't you have?
I called them to get a quote to give us a roof assessment.
Why wouldn't you got a
When
copy
Dave
of
and
the
I
roof
talked-
assessment?
What's that?
Why wouldn't you got a copy of the roof assessment? That's what we paid to do.
Didn't know they even had it.
Oh, yes, you did. Come on.
I did not know they even had it.
We talked
So I guess,
about
I guess on that point, the question is, you're saying you want an outside assessment. Do you, so isn't TSA, that would be doing the outside assessment? If you don't want them.
No,
I mean, what do you want?
no. Roof, that's only in regards to a roof.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to understand. What,
No, I'm talking about somebody to come in and really look at,
The whole
I mean,
district.
okay, so we're talking about another addition to the ice farm.
right.
Does that make a lot of sense?
Well, we got a report from the consulting firm 2 years ago.
The engineering firm.
The engineering firm, right.
Right? But again, is that the best idea now moving forward for the next 5 years or next 10 years? Me either. Is there another alternative way? Is there a better way to do it? Do we build a central utility farm? I don't know. You know, we got to heat it for another, 50 years or however long these buildings are around. Maybe we do a central farm for everything. Maybe it's steam coming. I got no idea.
I guess I'm trying to understand what it is if you're suggesting that you would have a single firm that would have the expertise to do an assessment of every aspect of the district's
I'm thinking
facilities,
almost
or
like a forensic type.
or are you looking at subspecialties that can assess how the field?
That was
Or,
the former that I.
okay, I mean, that's,
I mean, there's firms that specialize in it. Yeah.
Someone to come in and just really look and analyze what we have here and say, you know what, this is a great system. It's going to last you guys another 20 years as long as you keep putting money into it. Or, you know, we're seeing in the future different people are starting to do this to cut the utility costs, and they're doing this, and they're replacing these kinds of things. And really, these are the things you should be looking at investing your money in for the future. That's what I'm.
I ran this little conference. This is from no. So this is from a taxpayer. Times where we are very, very when it comes to continual higher taxes, out of control government spending, inflation, and very little economic growth dependent. So I think your consideration is merit of being attention to see the progress in new taxes. But if you stand against this and stand for us already overtaxed, I have 3 grown children with their own children and none wherever private school students should pay taxes for all of them. Okay? So there are other points to these taxes and not allowing lower. There are other people that don't have the same you might have. These are folks in the community that's why it goes on ballot, goes up for a vote. That's right. This is another opinion. And this is a grandfather, he was in my office, and we were talking about what we're doing to keep the school going. He was happy with the success of our schools. There needs to be some palatable method to keep that success moving forward. So we get people like him, the same like this board. So it's hard. So it's hard to make it easy. Thank you.
Okay. So if I could do a follow-up conversation, maybe sometime this week about consulting firms for it, like what does that look like? From your experience, I'd like to get a little bit of clue in about where we're looking on this. Perhaps we can have some conversation about that. Obviously, we're absolutely not opposed to bringing in folks. We want expertise to help guide us and whatnot. So we will check into that. And then I'm hearing we want to have at least 3 different sessions on different topics where we kind of tackle those, but maybe start with this consulting firm. Is that what I'm hearing? We want to start with that first and then do feedback?
I'm assuming it takes some time for them to come in.
Well, yeah, I mean, if ultimately the board, if the board opts to hire a consulting firm to do that, I mean, they're gonna have to spend some time doing that. It makes no sense to have stakeholder meetings
Until that.
until, the report is completed. But that's what we're gonna have to decide if that's the initial step. And if the board chooses to go that route, then that will dictate the timing. If we decide not to go that route, then I think we need to schedule the stakeholder meetings that we talked about in a timeframe that would work best and maximize participation.
All right.
But this is going to be a review of our existing structure. This is not talking about any kind of future planning or any kind of other ideas. This is evaluating our existing roofs, evaluating our existing structures, I guess.
I think yes, that's probably what a consultant is going to do, to look at those type of things. But I think we've put some things on that are some needs that we would like the board to consider. For example, that Horning and Spencer, that is an instructional issue that we'd really like to see tackled. Those are there. And then, some of the classroom spaces and whatnot. Those are some considerations for the board that might be extras, not just fixing.
Well, the other wild card too is the preschool, where the state lands on the preschool requirement and how that impacts our longer term facilities development to accommodate, the preschool mandate.
Yeah.
So.
All right. We'll work on it at our end and we'll keep you in the loop and keep reporting out. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you to Baker Tilly. Thank you, Scott, for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jesse.
Nelson, thank you very much for being here.
Jesse.
Appreciate your presentation.
Dave, did you have the bathroom partitions at Scranton on there?
Yeah, not for the future.
So with that being said, I know I've been asked a few times to get the bathroom partitions changed all at Scranton. They're pretty bad. They're rusted out. Bill, John, they both walked it and asked me to do it. I got quotes on it. It got put on hold last year to get on this year's budget. So we've got it in the budget. In order to get that done this summer, I need to get them ordered. So I was hoping maybe give them a letter of intent so they could at least get them ordered if everybody's good with getting the bathroom partitions at Scranton done.
Well, we have on
So it's
the
50.
for future action portion of our agenda. I mean, this is
We can bump it up.
We can bump, yeah, we can talk about it
Might as
now.
well, because those are long lead items.
Yeah. So,
All three?
well,
Or just the part?
Yeah, I think so. That's what we have.
Yeah, it's just Scranton, yeah.
so is there, do you have motion? So a motion by Mr. Conley, supported by Mr. Trombley to move the Scranton bathroom partitions to for action. Any discussion? All those in favor of, just to move it up to the agenda, to for action.
Make
All
sure
those in
you,
favor
make sure
signify
you
by aye.
turn
Aye.
the mic on.
Passes 6-0. All right, so now we are with addressing the Scranton bathroom partitions. So the Scott, the proposal that that we have, it was the Golich, is that it?
Yes, they're a local company on Kensington Road. They're at like, I think they're 52,500, if I'm not, is that the right number, Dave?
There's actually, there's Golich, there's the D10 USA, and the Spence Brothers. There were three of them in the.
Correct. Two of them were pretty close at 72, 74,000. Ghoulish was at 52.5.
So what is the recommendation
Is
for,
Ghoulish.
the recommendations for
He's-
Golich at the 52.5?
Yeah, I questioned him. He's got everything the same as the other guys had. Continuous hinges, stainless steel hinges, same partitions we have at the high school. And I questioned his quote. I told him he's a little low to make sure he had it all figured. And he's doing shop drawings right now. And he said that he bid it aggressively because it's in his backyard and he wanted the job.
Is he installing them as well?
Correct.
And then if they're ordered, what's the timeframe for?
It's going to be like the last couple weeks of school, so, or last couple weeks of summer.
So, okay.
So that's why I asked to get it
I
ordered.
think it's great. I'd make a motion to, let's approve that bid.
The Golich bid for amount not to exceed 52,500?
Correct.
Okay. Second, Mr. Storm. Any further?
Hold on. Is there, you get one chance here. Is there any other dollars that you're anticipating that could be needed here for any other, I mean, because maybe we do it for not to exceed, 58,000 or something like that, just so if there is a glitch, you have a little bit of flexibility to be able to move this thing along.
The only thing that I could think of is if the partitions, he tried to measure them so they all lined up to cover the holes in the tile, ceramic tile. It might have a little tiny bit of ceramic tile, but not much.
So,
So we have a motion to amend for an amount not to exceed 58,000 based on the initial bid of 52,500.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. So is that Mr. Trombley amended motion, support by Mr. Storm? Any further discussion?
Yes. So in that, for the radiators and stuff, or you got covers and what's going on there?
Radiators are getting a painted this summer. They're
Are you
powder
blasting them?
coated.
Are you power
They're
coating them?
sandblasted, powder coated.
Good.
How's that working out?
Good.
Okay, good. So that doesn't be, that won't be in part of this, that just be all
Yeah,
your
no,
maintenance.
that's part of it. So.
So basically, they're getting
So
cleaned
it's
up.
all the bathrooms and then the bathrooms in the locker room and up the gym too.
Good. And those are all the original petitions that we're replacing. when the
Correct.
School was built new.
Correct.
Maintenance. Perfect. Thank you.
And just for the public's benefit, the other two proposals, because it wasn't in the packet, that we are not accepting, the one was for 77,500 and the other one was for 73,847. And so we are approving not to exceed 58,000. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any nays? That passes 6-0. Okay, so were you going to leave, Scott, or are you going to, because we still have a couple things to talk about.
No, I can say.
Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the our work session. What's that? The JROTC. Yeah, that's the next item. So at the last meeting, as everyone knows, we discussed the Army application that had not been submitted, and we reached a consensus to submit the application to the Army. The next day, we finally received the approval from the Navy that had been submitted months previously. And so the question becomes, and we've all seen the information regarding both programs. The Navy obviously earlier this year when that was up for consideration. So the question is, do we accept and agree to move forward with the Navy program that has now been approved? Or do we move forward instead with the Army application and reject the Navy approval? I suppose I think the Navy approval is good for 90 days. Obviously, we know the different parameters of each program in terms of the requirements, if the Army program is approved versus the Navy. And so basically, we want to have a conversation as to if there is a consensus for us moving forward at this point for one program versus the other. Yes.
In my opinion, we should move forward with the Navy. We already approved the curriculum. The minimum number, I believe, was 50 students versus 100 is what the Army wanted for a funded program. And I think then we could devote more time to trying to figure out the consortium in order to get kids from other schools coming in, rather than also trying to get the curriculum approved and finding all of that out. So that's my opinion. I'd be in support of moving forward with the Navy as we had initially decided.
Shared a question via email and just seeking, point of clarification, just so I understand from a process standpoint how this is working. I was under the impression that we had given Dr. Outlaw our approval to submit the Army application. And so I just was wondering if you could, in lieu of us sending emails back and forth, if you could just clarify that. Because I thought that we had granted him the authorization to do that. And I thought that the intent was after the last board meeting, he was going to submit that application.
So obviously, we had the conversation at the meeting because we had not received any feedback one way or another for the Navy. We still were working under the limitations of the county funding, and we needed to determine, within the time frame and the constraints that they had, if we were going to move forward, we needed to do that. We didn't pass a formal resolution. We didn't obviously set a time frame by which an Army application needed to be submitted. The next day, we got the approval, coincidentally, from the Navy. The day after, Dr. Outlaw forwarded the contract with updated information that we had discussed to Mr. Conley and the executive committee. And through further follow-up conversations, we decided, and I spoke with Mr. Conley as well, that given the change of circumstances with the Navy approval, that that really the board needed to make a decision moving forward. I mean, it makes no sense to submit and finalize the Army application if in 2 weeks we're going to pull it back and
But I guess I'm just from a process standpoint trying to understand. So to your comment you made in your response, there was no timeline. So I was under the impression we voted. Did we not vote?
We all went through and took a
vote.
consensus.
Everybody voted and said, yeah, we support.
Yeah, I mean, we took a consensus and everyone said, yeah, we
in the
support.
absence of saying, Dr. Outlaw, we want you to submit this application by tomorrow, if we, through consensus, give Dr. Outlaw our support to move forward with the application, if we don't provide Dr. Outlaw with a specific date, he can just kind of sit on that until.
No, I mean, it depends on the context. I mean, obviously, the context in this situation was the very next day we got the Navy approval.
Okay.
So given that context and given that he had provided the updated draft that we were sitting on, that we never followed up with him after that because we, we agreed that it made the most sense for us to bring it back in light of those change of circumstances.
All right. Thank you.
So, yeah. Yes.
There's a couple things, Ms. Marks, on the Navy and the 50 required. 50 required is for the NNDCC program up to, and it's even probably less than that for a while, same as the Army. And then but to get a funded program, you still have to reach that 100 benchmark. They don't fund it at 50. That's a self-funded program, as I read the contract. So that's fine. And I think that we're here with a great opportunity no matter what. So I think that's the other good thing as we're debating and so on. But I did receive a little note from one of our Army guys that would actually like us to wait on this until the next meeting because he couldn't be here. He's commanding a troop somewhere. he'd like to come, but he talked about the reasons to stay with the Army, and he's an Army guy. He has his reasons to support it, obviously. But the opportunities for the Army from all the universities, U of M, MSU, CMU, WMU, Eastern Michigan, Northern Michigan, and Michigan Tech. He believes that we'd be more successful with the Army because of the availability of instructors, the opportunity for students post-graduation should they want to continue in college. Now there's a decision that, well, any ROTC would generate the next opportunity for students if they go to college in any branch of service, which is, I believe, factual. I think that's accurate. And I do have a response from the Army that's recently dated. I asked them the questions. I asked them about number of students we required. We lose Alicia, she's gone for tonight. Should we have that 10 number on our idea that we'd have 10 students to start the program? So I just asked him, yes, you can start. This is for the Army. You can start the first year Army ND CC program with 10 students while under the first year probationary period. Now you have 3 years under their contract to reach the number of students that they want you to have for their program, for a funded program. Then you go on probation with an attempt to get to those number of students if you haven't reached it over in the 3-year time span. Is that how you read it, Dr. Alpop? Okay. So, and yes, I asked him about the instructors, what we had to have for an instructor. He said, yes, one instructor can run the Army NDCC program in the first year of the program while trying to hire a second instructor. So they're not saying that, carte blanche, you can have one instructor forever, but the intent needs to be that you're working on it. And that's the 3-year rollout, gaining steam, getting it up to speed to have your 100 students for a paid-for program. Where the Navy, I think, has a similar thing, and I don't know how long they'll let you run at 50. Did you read through that, Dr. Alpon? What was the Navy's?
It didn't have a sunset on the 50. It said in the Navy application, it says each unit shall maintain a minimum student enrollment of no less than the number mandated by statute, currently 50 students enrolled in the host school.
So that would be if we're going to fund it, maybe we don't have to worry as much. Like I said, getting to that 100, because that could be a hard climb. But I can share with you that our public officials and people that are working through the Veterans Group and Veterans Affairs are working on transportation for students to help them where they could actually come to our program. And so whatever we get done here is going to, I think, it'd be great. But I guess if it's not time sensitive right now, maybe we could wait till the next board meeting and have this Army major come back with respect, and he can talk about the benefits of the Army and versus the Navy. And maybe I'm confident either one will do it. And we are prepared to do the Navy. I mean, we have uniforms, we have textbooks, we have curriculum on the books.
Right. I'm not trying to hit one against the other.
I think they're
Understood.
both great opportunities. My inclination was we had already approved the curriculum. It just gets us one step closer if we
It
go
does.
with Navy
It
versus
does.
waiting
It does.
on the Army for potentially, we can assume that we'll get the program. It seemed like that would happen.
It's right
But
here.
it took a long time for the Navy to come through too. So in light of timing, that's
Well, technically, if Dr. L had sent the app in, he would have been approved, and we could have turned it down technically.
That was my question. If we get accepted, can we turn it down from
Yes.
the Army? Because I kind of got the impression you said we could.
So
It's not clear.
what I'm sending in, what I have in front of us, are contracts. To me, a contract is binding. When you sign your name on it, that means you're in. It's a follow through. And I'm not a lawyer, but who we sign an agreement with, we're committed to.
Well, we sent one to the Navy.
No, we sent an application to the Navy. We have applications to many places, signing a contract that we're going to enter into an
Is that what
agreement.
This is an application to the Army.
These are both, yeah, we have not sent a contract with either. Whichever one you choose, we're going to sign a contract and we're all in with whichever branch.
Which is good. but
Yep, and that's an agreement to be with them.
Don't we have an application for the Army to send in though? Just a regular application?
We've done applications to the Marines. We did it to, I think it was a Coast Guard. And we sent out applications to many, maybe not Coast Guard,
I have
but
the Marine one right here. They said that they were good with the paid for program, didn't they?
We sent them to the Marine Army twice and
Air Force and Navy.
Air Force. Those were the four. I say
Correct.
Army twice because when I first got here, we sent one to the Army then. And then we just did another one. We met last year around this time. And we worked on the applications for all four.
That's when they signed to the Army. That one went inside. They just
all
didn't
went in.
respond.
They all went, yes, they didn't
never-
respond.
They never responded. That's what the issue was. The Army
Can
never
you,
responded.
was there a time that we needed to respond to the Navy? by?
Yeah, Navy, we had
Remind-
90, it says, please sign and date the enclosed agreement and return it within 90 days of receipt. So,
Is there a program that either you or Liz would prefer here?
you know, being honest with you, both programs are great. I kind of have the same opinion as Mrs. Marks on this one. The Navy is, it's in the language that it's a 50 student cap, and I'm concerned about 100 students. We've talked about that. I think having a lower number definitely feels better. And I know that we have some words that we have 3 years to get up to that number, but 3 years from now, if we're at 50 Navy, we're fine. And then the other piece in there is about the number of instructors. The Navy talks about having one instructor, and the Army has two, and then it's a little bit more restrictive. They want a colonel and then another non-commissioned officer. And then if it's lower than a colonel, I believe that they want to have a master sergeant. So then it's a little bit more restrictive in trying to find the right staff. Both would be fabulous. But we also have already vetted the whole Navy curriculum. We lined everything up. I mean, John and team, working with Belleville, that was all Navy. We were ready to go. And then we were put on hold for several months. So
Welcome to Washington.
absolutely. But all those arrangements were made for Navy. So I know I think we're ahead of the game, but we could get caught up with Army as well. But
Yeah, and I guess, obviously, we spent a lot of time at the board table. John, you and Mr. Evans, and spent a lot of time, Dr. Darga, doing all the legwork. The presentations were made about how great the Navy program would be. We were all bought into it. And I'm sure both of them are great programs. The Army obviously was kind of an afterthought because we put all our eggs in the Navy basket and then it didn't come through.
Speaking of that,
And
you know who's here, right?
And
Mr. Evans.
so I've got Navy, I've got Navy people telling me, go for the Navy. So my concern is that if we
Same
push
here.
this, push this back and invite somebody from the Army to come in and pitch why the Army is better, do we need to give equal service to have a Navy person
I
come
have
in?
a solution to this whole thing. You know who's here, right? Our lead principal. So, Mr. Evans, you're good with the Navy?
I have a room full of uniforms and shoes. And somebody loaded in a box truck for the Navy, so, it's about opportunity for our kids, but we're ready,
It is.
we're
It
ready
is,
to
yeah.
launch one of them, I would say.
So let's get it done. Vote. We're kind of heavy on the Navy, and I'm willing to make it a 7-0 unanimous vote, or 6, Alicia and I here.
So what I would suggest, we did have, getting back to your point about the process, Mr. Storm, we did have a resolution back in whenever it was, September, that's now, it's moot, and we're going to have to revisit that. So, I think, I guess, first of all, is there a consensus to move forward with the Navy's acceptance? And if there is, then we should, for the next meeting or in July, we'll need to adopt a new resolution, which supersedes the one that we adopted, that put timeframes of, by January. Yeah, exactly. So is everyone okay with that?
Am I signing this document and moving forward? Okay.
For the Navy.
Okay, just want to clarify, that's what I thought. And the Navy one is, just so that you know, is a little bit easier. It doesn't have, the Army one I sent for review of the draft, there's not a lot of writing in it. The Navy one is, here's the program, sign your name, and we're done. Would you like to?
I'd just like to thank everybody for their patience on this and getting it done, and I think it'll be great for our students and our community. It's going to be a home run.
We will sign and send it, and then I will send the board confirmation of the delivery. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. So that concludes the work session portions of the agenda and moves us into then for future action, item A, Hilton locker replacement.
So the lockers at Hilton are in really, really bad shape, so we've gone out and gotten close to having them replaced. So we'll be looking to the board to pass a resolution on our pick for who will have the best bid for the one, 139, I was gonna say about 130, 135.
154 is the other one that I have.
Yeah, third quote. Yeah, we got one more coming.
Are the lockers in Hilton today the original lockers?
They're actually got holes in the bottom of them. And we tried to square over them to get by. We do make plastic bottom inserts. We look at and buy those this year, but we're not replacing them. to do that. And then,
What's,
So they are
what's the
original
time?
Lockers, Scott?
Yes.
Okay. So how old are they?
Is it 1994? I'm not sure what year Hilton was built, somewhere in the early,
30 years?
yeah.
What's the timeline for getting them then? Would they,
Those are the same partitions.
is there a chance they can be done over the summer then?
If they aren't done over the summer, can they be done on weekend? Because the Scranton, they were done over the weekends during the school year, weren't they? If I recall correctly? Or so,
And they were on all hours. They were permitted.
It was off hours, yeah, that was like in the evenings, I think, by section or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
all right,
So that'd be up for action.
at the next meeting,
And I should have that for-
okay. We addressed the Scranton bathroom partitions. The next item is the BHS north fence replacement. Scott, you want to?
So we have two prices so far. You have a-
I don't have it with me. I can look it up. That was the guy who wanted to give us the credit. Rolling.
Because one of them that's given a proposal, correct? I've got,
Just a quick question. How are we able to discuss the pricing if we're waiting on quotes to be submitted? from other
I
parties?
wasn't gonna raise,
No, but we just referenced prices a minute ago for the lockers and said we're waiting on a third quote.
I would guess that it's in the agenda. Are the quotes in there?
no.
Yeah, okay. Could we get a little bit more background on this fence?
So the split rail fence that you see when you pull in the high school by the stadium
Yeah.
entrance, it's,
That's ours?
that's ours. Yep. Going all the way.
Roger talked to me about that. I didn't know that that was our fence. The
Right.
homeowner called me and asked me to come fix it. And I said, well, really sorry, man, I thought that was your fence. I didn't know that was ours. But then the neighbors, just a little ways down, they just put up a new split rail fence. I presume they did that on their own. But we were talking about, we asked to get the fence looked at. We were talking about putting a fence behind the pine trees with the black slats like we did at the auto shop in it. Our house is there. And then down the west side of the property, we're going to put a 6-foot black vinyl fence there. Post it around. And because right now we got chain link fence, we got wood split rail. And then wood split rail and then a blade of wood split rail. Down there, it's kind of falling down.
And so the older wood split rail that goes all the way to the Brighton Road, right to that corner.
Correct.
What are you looking at for purposes of the replacement for that, like that whole?
It's a 6-foot black vinyl like we got around.
It's not going to be useful for traffic.
I don't know that that's a good, I mean, personally, I think a 6-foot fence all the way that far down.
We can change that side.
I don't think the city would allow a 6-foot fence, there. Right, exactly.
Well, I mean, they would allow it to a certain point, I mean, whether it's like
Then
20
you're gonna
feet.
have to drop it down.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not going through the road, it's only going to that last light pole that's in there.
Oh,
That's there, it's not going right down the road.
okay.
So the last light pole is probably 30 feet back, 20 feet back. And that's where it would stop.
But I still question aesthetically whether there should be a 6-foot fence at that area. I mean, it would really, I mean, the split rail fence, I mean, my preference would be have no fence at all, but I realize then people are gonna park there if there's no fence, like during football games or.
get their price from Northland proposals.
Why don't we run post and cable?
So what if we tabled the fencing project, get a little bit more information on it, bring it back for future action?
Yeah.
Do a little bit more research?
I mean, that's not time sensitive as far as the.
So you're okay with that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. As long as it's not for the ground.
Right, yeah. All right, well then, that's what we'll do. All right. Okay, so that closes the for future action portion and moves us into the next item, the closed session. Do we have a motion?
I move that we enter closed session to consider a periodic personnel evaluation and as much as the superintendent has requested a closed session.
We have a motion by Ms. Marks. You have a second? Support by Dr. Krebs. Any discussion?
Roll call vote.
Yeah, we'll need a roll call vote.
No.
Mr. Conley?
No.
Mr. Trombley?
No.
Mrs. Marks?
Yes.
Dr. Krebs? Yes. Mr. Reed?
She's here somewhere.
I know, okay. Mr. Myers?
Yes. Well, we're going to need to take a recess
Okay.
and have a vote with Ms. Reed when she comes back into the room. All right, so we will be in
What
recess.
do you mean by taking a recess?
Just to talk to her, to just have her come back in the room. She's here. She had to take some sort of emergency call.
Is this in the middle of the vote?
Well, it didn't pass. We're going to, right, it was 3-3.
Right.
Right, so we're going to have to take a recess and have her come back in.
Even if she votes yes, it still won't pass.
Yeah, well, before 3.
I don't believe so.
Don't we need 2/3
Need 2/3.
Superintendent evaluation.
for closed session?
You do not need a 2/3 vote.
You actually do.
You have, where do you have that?
From Heartland School District. They got a legal opinion from Thrun.
Okay, and you have it with you? Because that's contrary to the legal opinion.
I do
got.
not, but I'd be very comfortable with you checking with Thrun and informing the board if that's factual.
I mean, Troon's not going to be able to pick up the phone at 8:40 on a Monday night.
Maybe it should be postponed then.
Yeah. Are you aware, Dr. Outlaw? What I brought up?
Yeah, I can look it up, but I'm not 100% sure.
What's your opinion? What do you believe is factual?
I've never had where people voted no on going into a closed session for an evaluation, so I've not experienced that. So let me see if
My question was, are you
I
aware?
don't have an opinion. I'm not an attorney, so I don't have an opinion because
Maybe
I don't
not
know
an
what the
opinion.
rule
Are
is.
you aware as a superintendent, are you aware that 2/3 majority is required to go into closed session for evaluation?
I'm not 100% sure on that answer, so
So,
give me a second. Go ahead.
The superintendent has a statutory right to go into closed session. And consistent with that, that's a simple majority of the board can vote to go into closed session consistent with the superintendent's statutory right. Because otherwise, if it required a 2/3 vote and you couldn't attain a 2/3 majority, you would never be able to do your evaluation and the board would never be able to fulfill its statutory obligation. That's really what it
I
was.
think what it would require is for the board to work with the individuals who are voting no to establish why they're voting no and then work through those issues in a collaborative manner.
Okay, well, I asked if there was any discussion, which I do in every motion, and there was silence by those who ultimately voted no. So if there was a reason why or something that any of the dissenting voters wanted to raise as part of a discussion to ameliorate whatever concerns they have, that would have been the opportune time to do that, for sure.
Would you like me to articulate that now?
Sure.
So I sent communication to you regarding the comment you raised in our May board meeting regarding training. And I asked you to provide justification for the numerous emails that you had suggested had been communicated to the board, not just to me, but to the board. And through our email communication I had sent on Friday, Roger, I wanted to circle back regarding the communication below prior to our meeting on Monday. When we met during our April, I stand corrected, not May, April 22nd, 2024 meeting, you referenced formal training I and other board members should take specific to the superintendent evaluation process. And per the note below, you stated it was your understanding that there had been numerous written communications about the need to do this training. My feedback to you was, to date, I have not received copies of the numerous communications. On Friday, May 17th, you did send me a copy of an email that was sent by Matt Outlaw on September 18th, 2023 with a link to the training. And my comment in the last paragraph was, since neither you or Matt have provided any additional communication, I'm assuming the email that was sent 7 months prior to the evaluation is or was the only communication members of this board received from you or the administration related to the superintendent training. That if either of you disagree, please feel free to share the additional communication. And your response to me on Friday was, your email is false. I am again attaching the same document that I emailed you on May 17th. It contains 3 different communications that were sent to you about the superintendent evaluation training. Why do you intentionally mischaracterize information to further your agenda? We also discussed the training during board meetings. Jennifer knew and she completed the training. I also indicated that there may have been other written communications, but that I did not conduct an exhaustive search of all communications to you over the past 18 months. This is a volunteer job. I am not your secretary, and frankly, I have more important things to do than spend time trying to track down the full extent of communications to you on this topic. It is your responsibility to fulfill your legal obligation, and you failed to do that. It's that simple. Your attempt to try to fabricate an excuse that, well, nobody informed me a sufficient number of times is unacceptable, Roger. And so I brought what you'd sent to me to the meeting so I don't get accused of misrepresenting this. And I have the board update that our superintendent sent on September 29th, 2023. And in the heading MASB courses, there's a reference that says this is the link to the superintendent evaluation training that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago for those that have not been trained on the MASB tool. It is on Tuesday the 3rd, again, September of 2023. So that was on the 29th. Roughly a week before that, on Monday, September 18th, 2023, 7 months ago, Dr. Outlaw sent a note to the board and said, with the superintendent evaluation coming up, I wanted to share the following training opportunity for those that have not already done this. Let STAR know if you need any assistance. So that was 7 months prior to the meetings that we referenced. And then the only other communication that Roger included in the communication was communication sent on December 20th, 2022, which I don't believe my term on this board had even started. I believe we started in January of 2023. And so if it's interesting when you look at what you sent in December, on the second page, there's a reference that says superintendent evaluation instrument training. For the only required board member training, you will want to ensure timely instruction in the superintendent evaluation instrument your district uses, specifically for districts that will be doing their evaluations by June 30th of 2023. Check with your instrument maker to see what training is available for your new team members. Districts using the MASB instrument will find monthly live webinar options. If you have 3 or more who need training, we recommend doing a whole team training. Your new members will benefit from discussion with your experienced members, and the conversation will also allow you to discuss district-specific practices. So, I feel a fair question that I would ask the board and the public is it fair and reasonable that we as a board, not just myself, but we as a board would receive formal communication that was more recent than 7 months prior to this session? And as it relates to the role of the secretary of this board, would this fall into would a reasonable person expect that the secretary would communicate to all board members training and then actually coordinate the session that the MASB is recommending, where we come together as a board and talk about, learn from people who've served on this board for multiple terms. So that's my question.
And to follow up with my email, you did mischaracterize the information that I'd emailed to you because you stated that there was only one communication. I said, no, I actually emailed you 3 communications. There's been other communications that have been shared with the board, including conversations that have taken place during board meetings. Ms. Marks obviously fulfilled her obligation to do that. And it's been, that's the fundamental thing that has to, really the only thing that's mandated by state law is for training purposes is for a board member to take superintendent evaluation training. And you didn't do that. And so I'm not going to defend hold on, I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. Yeah. And so my point was that there were numerous opportunities for you to do that, and you didn't do that. I mean, it's just that simple. So we have scheduled the superintendent evaluation process. While you were talking, we did look up in the Michigan compiled laws, and the 2/3 requirement for some closed sessions do not apply to the superintendent evaluation, as we had stated. And Ms. Reed can actually read the citations for you.
Yep, the 2/3 roll call vote requirement exists in 15.267, that's section 7 of the Open Meetings Act, subsection 1, and that provides for a number of exceptions to the 2/3 voting requirement as listed in section 8A, B, C, G, I, and J. And if you go to section 8 of the Open Meetings Act, which is code statute 15.268, subsection 1A provides the exception for periodic personnel evaluation of a public officer if the named individual requests a closed hearing, which I think is the situation we find ourselves in tonight, which allows us to go into closed session to honor Dr. Outlaw's request with a simple majority vote.
So I guess the question I would ask is, when Thrun established guidance for the Heartland School District, which is public, it's in the public record, why would their opinion conflict with what you just communicated?
I have no idea.
And that just assumes that there was a
I'm just reading the text
It's in the
of the
public
statute.
record.
I'm just reading the text of the statute. We have a superintendent evaluation to complete. Our superintendent has asked that we do that in closed session, which is consistent with the last time we evaluated the superintendent and every time we evaluated Dr. Gray in my time on the board. I don't know if that's different for the folks that have been here longer than I have, but that is fairly standard course of business and provided for in Michigan statute. So I would move that we vote. I apologize that I had a family emergency and was unable to participate in the first vote, but I'd like the opportunity for us to do another vote so that I have a chance to participate.
Would it be possible to get a formal opinion from Thrun? I mean, I'm going to assume that the board will ultimately, you guys clearly don't have an interest in waiting to get an opinion. So can we get an opinion in parallel if you're ultimately going to move to go into closed session? I'd like to get a formal opinion from Thrun in writing that states that what Ms. Reed and what you, Roger, just stated is factual.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm curious why we don't want to do the superintendent evaluation tonight.
I shared my feedback.
Well, if we were going to, I mean, obviously we wouldn't be able to do the evaluation tonight. I'm not going to be here I'm going to be out of town next Monday. And I don't know whatever anyone else's schedule, we don't have anything else on the books for June. I don't know what anyone else's schedule is, but the evaluation has to be done by the end of June.
And if I remember it, when we had that discussion about the training, I don't remember if it was John, someone asked a question about, what you'd referenced then and tonight, the legality of the training, the fact that it's required by law. And if I remember, and again, I'm not trying to quote, but anecdotally, I recall that there was a request to get confirmation on what you had articulated in that meeting. And I don't believe that we've seen that either, that we've asked Thrun to provide a written opinion based on what you had suggested, that the training is required by law.
I don't remember there being a request to have Thrun give an opinion on whether it's required by law. I mean, that's certainly something they can confirm as well.
Okay.
You had asked what were the parameters of what you wanted to inquire about, what were the parameters of what you could share after the closed session.
No, what we as a board would share with the public in the spirit of being transparent.
Well, this is an evaluation
Understand.
that is subject to the right of the superintendent for a closed session. This isn't about, I mean, we will come out and vote as a board what that evaluation is.
But the public
There-
will
there
have
won't be-
there'll be no mechanism to inform the public on how this board has rated or evaluated our superintendent.
We will have a rating that will evaluate the superintendent.
But no discussion.
I mean, you can share that you disagree with
I mean,
whatever the.
us.
Right, well, anybody
What's-
can.
So what's the plan? Like, what's the intent?
Well, the intent is to do what I said before. We will go into closed session. We will discuss the evaluation parameters. And from that discussion, we will then come out of the closed session. There will be a motion for an evaluation of Dr. Outlaw for highly effective, minimally, the options that are available. And if a board member wants to speak either in support of or in opposition to that, in terms of whether they agree or disagree, without getting into a discussion of what was discussed in closed session, they have the opportunity to do that.
Terrific. Terrific.
So I don't know what was.
So Star just shared, it is a majority vote. And this is from MASB. That's the same statute that you just read. So
Open Meetings Act, Section 8.
take your vote, go.
I have concerns on bond finances being used at at our building here at the Beck Building, and I've asked it a couple times, and.
It has nothing to do with the closed session.
Yes, it does,
No,
because
it
it's part of my
doesn't.
evaluation. I wanted to have a better.
But you can't
evaluation.
talk about your evaluation criteria in open session.
I can on this.
No, the superintendent is statutorily entitled to have the evaluation.
This isn't part of the
in closed
evaluation
session.
anyway. This
Well,
is
then
stuff
it's
we've talked
irrelevant for
about.
our conversation
I
about
see.
why we go into closed session, if it has nothing to do with it.
Well, okay, then we'll talk about it another time.
We talk about it in closed session.
How about we don't? Because then I can't talk about it in the open. Because I've already brought it up before, and it was something I just wanted to have handled because I have the original bond language in front of me, and I have what the intent was. I have it in writing, and I just wanted to describe it because it's not necessarily the superintendent's fault that happened. It was from when it was generated. It's something that we should talk about.
With all due respect, Mr. Conley, though, the thing that we are here to do tonight is the superintendent's evaluation. So if you're not certain that it's part of the superintendent's evaluation, that the superintendent has asked us to perform in closed session as he is legally entitled to do, why are we talking about it now?
I think isn't this the time we're supposed to talk about it?
No, I mean, because that,
Yeah, good point. Yeah, the reason I brought it up is the explanation why I voted no, and then Bill just reminded me, and that's why I brought it up, because I have things I want to address. And
But what you want to address is part of this, the actual evaluation can only be discussed in closed session. What Mr. Storm was asking about was relative to training. It didn't have anything to do with necessarily Dr. Outlaw's. I mean, so he was sharing something that
Process
was the
issue.
basis, right? So, I mean, it's clear that we have, that it does not require a 2/3 majority. So,
I would still ask if you would be so kind to get an opinion from True, and I'd like to see it in writing. We've done that before. I don't think it's a big ask, right?
is your request just to have that confirmation and we
Confirmation
go
from
forward
True in
with
writing.
the.
And if you would, reference Heartland School District. It's in the public record, and I'd like to just understand what's different. Sure.
You're saying that later we will, after tonight, we'll still go forward with the evaluation?
I'm
or-
assuming you're intending to go forward with the evaluation. If not, then that won't be necessary. But it's my belief, based on people going to run down Alicia in the hallway.
no
that-
one came to
that-
run me down in the
that-
hallway.
that's
Thank you
even if they
very
did,
much.
that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm assuming that would be the intent.
I'd like to make a motion to enter closed session to consider a periodic personnel evaluation in as much as the superintendent has requested a closed session.
Ms. Marks, supported by Dr. Krebs. Roll call vote, Ms. Ackermight.
Mr. Storm,
No.
Mr. Conley,
Trombley.
No.
Mrs. Marks.
Yes.
Dr. Krebs. Yes. Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Myers.
Yes. Passes 4-3. We will now go into closed session. We will return after the completion of the closed session and into open session. So we stand recessed. But we're going to.
The video is going to stay on because you're going to go down and you're going to come back out and have taken action. So, and the screen where it's all set up, where Star is going to have us downstairs. I'm just going to put the camera still on for anybody up there. Just a heads up that the cameras are remaining on here, folks. So. We don't do it.
Okay.
Maybe we should just. It's on camera.
I'm just saying, they can hear everything you say.
Yeah. I don't know, how did you turn it off? The one that says OFF.
Yes.
I keep thinking the record one, and I'm like, oops.
So we've already made the motion, yeah. Okay, and it's, we're still
on.
Still on?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We are now back in open session. And at this point,
I'd like to make a motion that the superintendent evaluation for Dr. Outlaw, we rate him highly effective.
all right, we have a motion by Dr. Krebs, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Marks. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any nays? That passes 5-0. And on behalf of the board, Dr. Outlaw, I want to thank you for your leadership for this past year. Obviously, we have voted to rate you as highly effective. It's a continuation of the evaluation that you've had every year since you've been in Brighton. I think the testament to your leadership is even in the assessments that the district has had this past year in comparison to COVID years, and how we as a district have not only survived during that time period, but our academic and our assessments have actually increased basically unlike any other district or very few districts in the entire state. And I think that's a testament to the foundation that you've built here. And financially, the district is as sound financially as it could be. We're moving forward, and obviously had a lot of robust discussion this evening about the planning as we move forward as a district to continue building on the success financially and our operations. And we look forward to great things in the future for Brighton area schools under your leadership. Thank you. Okay, that concludes all items on the agenda for this evening, and we are adjourned.